Sometimes I forgot to make a recording. Okay. Can you start it? Wait. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank you. Hold on. You still can hear my voice, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is poverty in Indonesia. Uh, and this is the characteristic that has happened in the poverty in Indonesia. Hold on. Okay. Okay. The characteristic of the poverty or the pure poor people in Indonesia. This is characteristic. Okay, there's a disparity between province in Indonesia. This is the, if we compare between Jakarta and Papua, Jakarta is only, for the poor people, or the poverty rate was only 3.47%. We compare to the Papua, the Papua will include 27% more, 27.53%, which is they have a higher disparity, okay, or the difference is higher between DKI and Papua. And also we have higher disparity between the city and the village, okay. If in the city is 6.69 and the village is 12.85. And then more than 60% of the poor people is located in the village, okay. So this is the characteristic. And the majority of the poor people is working in the agriculture, which is, what is the agriculture? To be the farmer. Yeah, to become a farmer. Okay, and this is the characteristic of the household. They have a lower education, which is only until the elementary, okay, elementary level, 73.41%. And they don't really have an access for the electricity, and also the water is not really clean, not good. And they have lower working hours, actually. As we know that the standard working hour a day is 8 hours and a week should be 40 hours. But they have lower than that. It's probably half than that. It's probably 20 hours a week. Okay, and this is the characteristic of the poverty line. Okay. Okay, this is the characteristic of the poverty line. If you can see, will be dominate 73%. And the food contribution will be, this is rice, this in the city, in the village, in the number, and also cigarette. Okay, this is interesting. This is in the city and then cigarettes, because a lot of people in the village probably they do like to smoke, you know. And also this is for the food and the contribution for the mortgage. This is for the city, and this is for. Well, actually, this is the data that I get from the BPS, according to them. Okay. Okay, this is poverty in Indonesia. Okay, to measure the poverty in Indonesia, the BPS or the Central Bureau Statistic Indonesia use the concept of basic needs approach. This is called a basic needs approach. Use the concept of the basic needs. Your basic need will be includes probably the food and the drink and everything. The basic need, okay? With this approach, poverty will be considered as not able in the side of economy, you know, to make and meet based on this poverty line. Okay, this is for the basic needs, to make a need for the basic need, and this is for food and non-food, the poverty line. So usually I will show you what is the limit for the poverty. If you are, how much money that you get that you will be considered as the poverty in Indonesia. In other countries, there will be slightly different how to consider if you are poor or not. Okay, I will show you the data later in other country. And here's probably, if I still have it in this slide, should be from United States, which is the advanced country. Okay, this is the categories. You have to have 2,100 kilocalorie per capita per day. Okay, if you already get this every day, then you're not considered as poor people in Indonesia. And then how to calculate this is, I think, only BPPs know how to calculate. The poverty line is the value for the spending for the basic, the minimum basic needs, I think. Basic needs for food. So it's equal to 2,100 kilocalorie per capita per day. So this is poverty line for food. This is the poverty line for non-food. Non-food is the minimum spending for, you know, this is mortgage. What is sandang in English? Okay, this is education. This is health, for your health. And your basic needs not include food. This is for poor people, is the people who have the average spending per capita per month below the poverty line. So what I'm to explain to you here, the people who are considered poor will be get the subsidized from the government. So remember that if you still remember how the money goes within the economy, when we start from the disposable income and then end up with the GDP, when you calculate the GDP, then your spending will be include this. Okay. Okay, and then this is the method that is used by this BPS since 1998 to get the calculation consist, and then to be apple to apple when they compare this. Any question for this?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to give you some background about the subsidies, why the subsidies need to be in the system of economy. Another name will be subsidized, will be considered as transfer or transfer of payment, which means that transfer, the function of tax, you know, the function is tax for the distribution of income. When the government take tax from the wealthy and distribute to the needy, this is usually in the term of subsidize. And in the economic, we call it the transfer of payment from the government. Okay, if we are talking about the poverty line, we're supposed to talk about the Gini ratio. Okay, the value of Gini ratio is from 0 until 1. So the higher value of the Gini ratio is 1. This is when we are talking about the uh, what we call previously as the this one, disparity. Okay, Gini ratio in Indonesia. So this is the Gini ratio, the value of Gini ratio in Indonesia. Okay. The higher the Gini ratio, the higher the disparity. Okay. So the higher the Gini ratio, like this one, the higher the disparity. The lower the value, that's the lower the disparity. So the difference between the higher income and the lower income is lower if the value of Gini ratio is close to zero. So in other words, zero value will be considered as there is no disparity, but one will be considered as higher disparity between the high income and the low income. So that's higher disparity that is not good for the society because it will consider we have a lot of poor people in there. Okay, this is about the Gini ratio. Okay, this is an example in the United States, which is actually, I'll take it from the textbook. Poverty in the United States, poverty threshold, poverty line. This is the data, is 1990. So according to United States, this is the family structure. If you are single and your threshold or your income a year, this is a year. What is supposed to be a month? Usually this is a year. 866 divided by 12. $722 if your income below 1,000, which is only 722, you are considered as a poor people and you are eligible to get the subsidies from the government. But if you one adult with 2 children, if your income is only 13,000 a year, then you are considered as the poor and you are eligible to get the subsidies from the government. This is 2 adults and 2 children. So this is the data. Of course, United States cannot be compared with Indonesia. In Indonesia, I think we have the number in here. This is, I think, in Indonesia. Poverty in Indonesia. The poverty line per September 2018 was this amount. If your income a month, I think this is for the single. Hold on. If your income a month is this number, 4,000, below 500 million, capita is for, if you compare with, the number of population a month, this is very low. That's include for food property and non-food property. So if you add this up, it will be this number. Then you are considered as the poor people. But if you are income above this, then you're not considered a poor people. And you will not get, the subsidies. Well, actually, we still have subsidies in Indonesia. So that's the problem. And the poverty per September was 26.67 million people. This is per September. It's actually the same. Okay, this is the source rate. I'll take it from this website. Okay, so if you compare between Indonesia and the United States, it's different. The United States will also like $700 more. So it's like if we multiply with 10,000 rupees, like 7 million rupiah, which is way high compared to that. But don't forget that standard living in the United States is also expensive. So it's different in Indonesia. So like I said, every government, when they trying to assume what is the limitation or the poverty line for the poor people, is actually different. They have their own calculation. I'll show you how to calculate from the website after that. I think have a link after this to the website of the BPS. Okay, this is poverty in Indonesia per September. I don't have the data recently, so it's probably not quite different than this, probably higher or probably lower, just a little bit. Okay, the poverty line was originally created by the Social Security Administration. This is in the United States, but Indonesia is from the BPS as the 3 times the cost of the nutritional adequate diet. This is based in United. They say 3 times the cost of the nutritional adequate diet. I don't know the number for the adequate diet in the United States. Probably, if we divide this 3 times then 700, it should be like 200 dollars something. And it's updated annually for the inflation through the CPI, Consumer Price Index. Okay, in Indonesia we call it as the, in Indonesia we call it CPI as the Index Harga Konsumen, IHK, Index Harga Konsumen. Okay, this is in BPS. How to connect this? Control click. Let's see. This is how to calculate the poverty line in Indonesia. Let's see if this connect to the website of the BPS. Okay. Okay, let's try to translate. I don't know how to do this sometime. Okay. The concept to measure poverty, BPS uses the concept of basic need approach, which this approach poverty is seen as the inability of the economic side to meet the basic need of food and not measured in terms of spending. Okay, so the poor are the population that has the average per capita spend per month below the poverty line. Okay, the source is coming from the main data used in the National Socioeconomic Survey data module and the consumption expenditure. Okay, this is Indonesia. You can open this website. I put the link in here and you can know this. Okay, this is the concept. The poverty line, GK is garis kemiskinan. Okay, is Indonesian language. This is English. Is the sum of food poverty line and the non-food poverty line, which is 2. Food poverty line, like my previous slide. People who have an average per capita spend per month below the poverty line are categorized as the poor. Okay, this is categorized as the poor. The food poverty line. So this is the poverty line. This is the food. This is the non-food. When you add this up, it should be number 1, and number 2 and number 3 add to be the number 1. This is the substance. This is how you calculate this. This is the GK garis kemiskinan is poverty line is equal to the food poverty line plus non-food poverty line. Okay, like I said, number 1 is equal 2 plus number 3. This is the stage. Okay. And this is how to calculate. You don't have to calculate this. Well, actually, just know how the BPS or the Badan Pusat Statistik or the Central Bureau Statistic of Indonesia to calculate all of this data. Well, actually, if you use this data, you can get everything what you want. There's a lot of data in here, especially when you do the, the scriptsy at the end of your study at this university. I suggest you to get the data from this because the data is valid and this is useful. Okay, don't take from other resources that is not. Well, actually, if it's connected to the data that you want to run within the Indonesian, it's easier if you get this from the Badan Pusat Statistik. Okay, in Indonesia, the GKMG is equal to, what's GKMG? GKMG. Oh, this one. The food poverty line is equal to 2,100 kilocalories. By multiplying this again the average in price of the calorie according to the area of J, and then you can find how much money that you get, which is the, I think it's around the 4,000 something. This is the non-food. How to calculate? This is the percentage of proposal. Okay. Well, you just have, this is for only for your information. Don't worry about this calculation. I want to ask you this for. Okay, this is the calculation for the poverty line. Okay, this is the statistic. I think if you study the mathematics statistic, you know how to calculate this, and you get familiar. Okay, this is only for your information, how to calculate this. This is the methodology. Okay, this is the how to calculate them. This is the table. Okay, you can get actually this the data, and this is the publication. You can download it. I think this is in an Indonesian language. It's the table. Okay, you can even actually ask, what is this? Put them in here. What's your subject? And this is the reference. And there's no reference. Okay. Okay, let's close this website. Okay, this is the poverty line. Okay. Is the slide moving?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, why we have government program to aid the poor? Okay, this is actually subsidized. So we are concerned about the equity efficiency trade-off. It creates the positive externality for the social stability. Remember that sometimes the riot within the government happen because there is no stability for the social. Okay, if people hungry, if people cannot make and meet even for the basic needs, they will create people to be anger, and then anger will also end up with the instability for the social. So that's why it creates the positive externality of the social stability for the program itself, which is the subsidized. Okay, this is the cash program in Indonesia. Okay, so actually the subsidized will be divided into the cash program and the non-cash program. So the cash program is called the cash program. The non-cash is called in-kind program. So for the cash program, this is when the government give away money, and this is called Indonesia called the bantuan langsung tunai. Remember the 600,000 for those who have the salary of only 5 million, below 5 million, they will get 600,000 rupiah for the next 4 months, and they will pay it every 2 months. So this is an example of the cash program. Another example will be like subsidized, but these subsidized will almost like the in-kind. But if we compare with the money that they will have to spend in here, it can be considered to be at this subsidized for the interest credit in the case of small medium enterprise. If it is small medium enterprise, you can get credit, the credit program from the government that is called KUR, or Kredit Usaha Rakyat, or credit for the small medium enterprise. And the credit for the KUR or Kredit Usaha Rakyat, then you can, let's say the government will subsidize to you for the interest rate, and then the government give a collateral to you. Okay, give also the an insurance. Let's say you only have to provide like 80% of your collateral if you borrow money at a certain level of money. But if you only borrow money, I think if you borrow only 5 million, then you don't need the collateral. Okay. But if you borrow money above 5 million, like maybe 10 million or 25 million, I forgot the limit, then you have to provide collateral. But the collateral that you provide is not 100%. Then you only provide 80%, and another 20% will be provided by the government in terms of the insurance. So there's another insurance that back up this program. I think the name of the insurance is Askrindo and Jamkrindo in Indonesia. And also the mortgage subsidy. Okay, the mortgage subsidy, if you have poor people, or if you consider have a lower income, let's say below 5 million, then you are eligible to get the mortgage subsidy. The mortgage subsidy will give you a lower interest rate. So your installment monthly, an example installment monthly will be like 1 million rupiah. But the problem with this mortgage subsidies is it located is far from the city. Okay, I think one of the mortgage subsidies is in Jakarta. Is I think they do have in Orang Cikarang, yeah, for the mortgage subsidy, but I don't know the location. The one that I know and the one that I see is actually around the Parung area. You know, it's far from, it's close to the probably Rangkas Bitung, which is far from the Jakarta. This is an example of the cash program in Indonesia. In the United States, I think the cash program, they call it in the book, they call it a STAN, or temporary aid to needy family, which the program was identified with the welfare check. Also may provide for childcare expense or job retraining. So in the United States, if you unemployment, then you will get the check every week. I think it's about $400. That's for the unemployment insurance. And then that's called the temporary aid to the needy family. If you need, if you don't need it, then you don't get it. And then this is called there's a lot of cash program, I think, in the United States. But they pay it with check. Okay. This is the cash program. Remember that subsidies is divided into two. The first one, this one, cash program. The second one is in-kind program. Excuse me. In Indonesia, this is an example of in-kind program. The first one is Raskin, or in Indonesia, you can call it this food subsidy. So the government will give you a free rice to you. Okay, a free rice to you. So it's actually for the in-kind program. You actually will be given a subsidized, not a non-cash program. Okay, they will give you food, they will give you everything. They will give you gasoline, they will give you electricity. And the number one, we call it the KJP, or Kartu Jakarta Pintar. This is from the Jakarta, province of the Jakarta. Okay, in the KJP, I think they give you what you need for your study. You can buy, books. You can buy sometime, what I heard, you can buy protein, and then they even give you the KJP plus. I think they even give you a cash, which is only 50,000 a month. That's for the transportation cost for you if you study to go to the school. And the school is free also in Jakarta. PKH is stand for the program Keluarga Harapan. This is especially for, I think this is especially for women. Okay, so the subsidies will be given to the woman instead of a man. So if you have a family, then the one who eligible to get the PKH or program Keluarga Harapan will be your mother. I don't know why they will give it to the women. Probably they think that the woman can, spend wisely for the subsidy instead of the men. So according to the government. And then the gasoline, if you buy, the premium in Indonesia, it was subsidized actually. So the money from the government will go only to buy this gasoline. But remember that the gasoline is not for the wealthy people. That's for the, needy people usually. Needy people who have the car. So basically it's for the transportation. For the, angkot, something like that, angkot will be given for the subsidy. The purpose to give the subsidies now is actually, to make the inflation is not higher in the transportation. Or in another word, not to make the increasing price for the transportation. Because remember that if the transportation cost is increased, then usually another cost for food, goods and services will be increasing. Imagine that if you're a farmer, then you have to, transport your agriculture product from, let's say, West Java to Jakarta. You will be used car, right? You will use transportation. If the cost of transportation will be increased, then cost of the agriculture must be increased if they're selling in Jakarta. So that's why the government, in order to keep the inflation rate from transportation will be lower, and they give the gasoline for the subsidy. And then fertilizer, this is for the agriculture product and also electricity. And there's a lot of actually in-kind program that I, don't remember at this moment. So you can actually find it if you want. So basically, subsidies will be divided into two: the cash program and in-kind program. This is the in-kind program. Any question for this?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Very good. Hold on. Okay, this is an explanation of the what is the subsidy. What is the subsidize? Okay, the subsidy is an incentive. Okay, incentive given by the government to individual or businesses. Okay, businesses usually the small medium enterprise. Not sometimes tax subsidies will be given to all of the businesses in the form of cash. Okay, there's cash program. In the form of grant usually is given. You don't have to pay it back. Or tax break that improve the supply of certain goods and services. It is subsidized. With subsidized, consumers are able to access cheaper product and commodity. So the the purchasing power of the government, of the individual who receive the subsidies usually will be increased. Okay, if you imagine with the with the graphic, then the budget line will be shifting to the right after they are receiving the subsidies. Okay, the market, they have a positive externality, which are an extra benefit to society. tend to be favored in policy to provide a greater supply of that goods and services. Okay. I think there's a link in here. Basically, subsidies are provided by the government to specific industries with the aim of keeping the price of product and services low for people to be able to afford them and also encourage production and consumption. This is for the subsidies. So basically, there will be increased the purchasing power. If the purchasing power is increased, then the demand will be increased. When the demand increases, and then the supply must be increased. Remember that. So when the supply increase, it will create another job in the society because there's a demand from that supply. So that's the purpose of the subsidies. Is actually to stimulate the economy and also for the social as well. So why do we actually subsidize? This is for the efficiency, okay, because the market are not working well. We care about the poor, this equity, and also these are tempered by the hard fact of real constraint, in particular. Fiscal constraint. Fiscal is actually a tax, okay, tax period, tax. Fiscal is tax. And politics. Oh yeah, by the way, in the United States, usually the president, the candidate for the president of the United States, they usually talking about the tax, and they are also talking about the subsidies. So basically, it's only these two. Okay, if you know, if you watch when the Donald Trump and the Joe Biden, when they usually when you know, on TV, they are talking about this only two. Okay, what the citizen or what the voter will get if they are become the president. So that's why we will use for the politics, and also in Indonesia as well. If the campaign, the president campaign will talk about this, you know, it's based on the politics. Okay. Next. So the problem of the subsidies, it will be price distorting subsidies. Price distorting subsidies lower the price of their particular good relative to the others for eligible people. That's because, okay, in the price distorting subsidies, you actually distorts the price in the market. Okay. Okay, 200. Okay, this is an example of the price distorting subsidy for the expanded housing. Okay, for the housing. If you see from here, in the equilibrium of E1, okay, where the housing surface per month is H1 and the expenditure will be N1, this is without subsidies. H1, N1 is actually not subsidized. But if we are talking about the E2, E2 is subsidized for housing, okay? Then after they get the subsidized, it will shifting from this to this. Remember, this is the budget line, this is the indifference curve, right? Indifference curve has to do with utility. Higher indifference curve is higher utility. I think I explained this at the beginning of the class, right? Okay, this is the budget line. After the subsidized, the budget line is actually higher. if we see from here, this is the equilibrium. This is the budget line. It's actually higher, moving from A to B for the housing services. So you can actually, what is the H? It's actually, oh, hold on. This is should be square feet of number of rooms. The number of rooms. Let's say this is the length, or let's say this is the bedroom. 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and the 3 bedroom. Okay. Before you have a subsidize in here, this is your budget line. This is your money. You are only afford to buy this certain of housing and this certain of expenditure in goods and services. This is actually the leftover. After you spend your money in here, this is your leftover. Your leftover. Okay, this is the money that you left over. Let's say if your income is 1,000, you spend for the housing. If you haven't get the subsidized, it's actually, let's say, 700 for the housing, and the leftover of 300 will be spending on others good. Okay, probably you buy food, you buy drink, you buy everything, you go to on leisure, you know, something like that. But then after the subsidize, you will be moving to here, and then this is housing. Okay, you are able to move from 1 bedroom to 3 bedroom, and then this is what you spend for others good, because your money is actually increasing for the housing. This is because the subsidize is only for the housing, not the cash program. Okay. But if we assume that instead of giving the in-kind program, this is for the in-kind, okay, the housing, the government gives you the cash program. In this case, in the cash program, you actually pick off this, okay, the E3, because according to you, the E3 utility for, or the indifference curve for this is at the U3. This is higher utility in the indifference group. Remember that U2 is lower than U3. U3 is the higher indifference curve in here. So that's why instead of having H3 move 3 bedroom here, they are just pick the 2 bedroom in. But they expenses, or they can spend more on others good in here if they are given for the cash program. This is the cash program. This is the in-kind program. This is for the housing per month. Okay. So this is an explanation. The government agreed to pay the certain fraction, such as, let's say, 40% of monthly rent for the low-income citizen. Initially, the subsidies is available. The person who is indifference are drawn in in the figure 7.1 here. Is in equilibrium E1. At that point, she purchased only this unit of housing. Okay. And the total expenditure total expenditure on housing per month is represented by the distance of NY, which is N1, N1 and E. Okay, this is N1 and N1 and E. Total expenditure on housing per month. And the government subsidy reduced the price of housing service to the recipient, and therefore swivel the budget line upward from this EA to EB. Okay, EB, because you have a subsidized. So that's why this is, you know, shifting. Not all of the shift, it's only because this is for the subsidy. If they're given the cash program, the shift, they were shifting the entire budget line, which is this one, the E3. If it's E2, we are only shifting for housing because this is in kind. Okay, but if it's the government gives this the cash program, they will shifting the entire budget line, which is in here, this one, the E3. So according to this is give E3 will give you the higher utility. Any question for this?
No, sir.
Maybe not yet, sir.
Okay, good. So I hope if I ask you to explain this, you will be understand for this. So this is the amount of subsidized they will be given by the government. Okay. PS. Okay, next will be, okay, this is called the deadweight loss or the excess burden. So, in the deadweight loss or the excess burden, it's actually, we have a comparison between the taxpayer and the one who get the transfer of payment. So the tax burden is actually, there is the one who get the transfer of payment will not get the benefit of this excess burden. So the deadweight loss, or sometimes called excess burden, is the measure of the dollar value of the money value of the distortion that exceed the amount of transfer to be received. Okay, well actually this is exceed. So this is called the excess burden or deadweight loss. Okay, this is an example of the deadweight loss. Okay. Oops. When this is moving on its own. Yeah. This is the demand curve, and this is the supply curve. Okay, this is the demand curve, and this is the supply curve. This is an explanation of the excess burden. According to this, the supply curve will be considered as the perfectly elastic. This is the perfectly elastic. Okay, this is elastic. Yeah, this is elastic. I think this is elastic. This is perfectly elastic. So the meaning of the perfectly elastic is if you slightly an increasing price, then no one will buy the product. This is the perfectly elastic. The marginal social cost of making one-bedroom apartment affordable is assumed to be $400 a month. To be in here. Okay, and then assuming there is no externality in the production of consumption of housing, perfect competition in the housing market, the supply curve of housing give the marginal social cost of the given number of apartments which constant to be $400. So this is actually, if you are eligible to have a subsidized, and the government will give subsidize of $200 in here. So the amount of subsidize will be calculated to be B, A, E, this E, what did you call this E? And C, the square area. But the problem with this is the amount the taxpayer pay, okay? But the amount that you, if you are eligible for the subsidy, is only here. This is your demand, okay? So only this area, B, E, and this E, C, that, the eligible person will get. So there's a certain area in here that actually it's called the excess burden. Okay, the transfer, the people who are eligible will not get this area. Okay, it's like loss of, so that's why they call it a dead weight loss, because no one will be able, to enjoy the benefit of this area. And this is called the excess burden of subsidized, or we call it as the a dead weight loss. Okay. Hold on. This is some.
Jangan ditutup dong pintunya. Mama di kampus itu. Sini, sini, sini.
Okay, so this is called the excess burden of subsidy. Let me find another explanation of this. Okay, the cost of the subsidized to low income tenant to taxpayers represented by the rectangular area of B, A, E, C. Okay, this is the cost of subsidized, which is paid by the taxpayer. B, A, E, F, C. Okay, this is what they get in here. So the excess burden of the subsidies is different between its cost to the taxpayer and the benefit to the recipient. This is cost to the taxpayer, the square, and this is the benefit for the recipient of the subsidies. A. Okay, this is the excess burden. The subsidy costs more than efficient amount of resources to be devoted to the housing, because the marginal social cost of housing offered after the subsidy exceed the marginal social benefit of the C. So the marginal social cost, okay, this marginal social cost will exceed the marginal social benefit after the subsidy. Because of this, the excess burden. Okay, so that's why they call it the price distorting subsidies. Any question for this?
No, sir.
Okay. Next will be okay. This is in the case of the subsidized is only half of this. Okay. So if the price is 400, they only get subsidized of this. Okay, the 200. Oh, hold on. Yeah, this is in the case if you only have a subsidized. So it's like you split for the cost of the rent between you and the government. So you pay 200 and the government pay another 200 for this. So they only give you half of the subsidized for the price of this excess burden for the subsidy. Next example will be if you are giving full subsidized here. This is for the subsidization for the medical services. In Indonesia, we do have the BPJS, and if you are considered to be not class 1, class 2, you're considered to be class 3, and you are free, okay, for the BPJS. It's actually, they use in Indonesia, they use the cross-subsidized between who pay the first class, the second class, and then who don't have money to pay the third class. So it's free for you. So according to this, if you will be paying the full amount of the subsidized, which is 25 in this price, then the excess burden is actually considered to be higher than the previous one. Okay, if you are paying half of this, so this is only the excess burden. But because of this, then this is your excess burden. But if we see from the full subsidization in here for the medical service of the BPJS, then if this is the quantity, if you're not paying subsidized, okay, this is the equilibrium if you're not having the subsidized. After you will get subsidized, the quantity of the medical office visit will be increased, you know, very high from this number to this number. See the length, this is way too high. So one thing that I analyzed, you know, after the enacted law of the BPJS in Indonesia, it's probably they started in 2014. It's probably I forgot the number of years actually. Then so the business of medication for the non-medication the business will be you know, drop. Before that, we do have an alternative solution. Okay, in Indonesia, we have a lot of alternative solution, alternative medical solution in here. That's happened because the price of the medical is expensive in Indonesia at the time. Let's say if you have to, you know, go to the hospital and then you are willing to get, let's say in the room, you will to get a room, okay, then they will ask you money up front. Let's say if the price of the room is 500,000 rupiah one night, then they will ask you for 10 nights, okay? And they will ask you to pay upfront for, let's say, 5 million rupiah, and we'll give 5 million rupiah for the first 10 nights. So because of that, there's a lot of poor people who don't have money for that. So they pick an alternative medical solution. So that's why the business for the alternative medical solution will grow at the time. Then once the program of BPJS is start in Indonesia, the alternative medical solution is actually start to decrease because of that. So this because the poor people in Indonesia have another choice, you know, but they think it's better than alternative solution. So that's why now the business for the alternative medical solution in Indonesia is, you know, not very many, I think. That's why my analysis were because of this. So actually, if we see from this slide, this is the quantity of medical office visit per year before the subsidized. Okay, before the BPJS, this is the medical office visit solution. Another this probably they go to the alternative medical solution, and then after we have the BPJS for the poor people, then they will go to the medical office a lot compared to medical solution, medical alternative solution. So that's why they will leave the alternative solution for it. So that's the benefit of the subsidized, which is actually the subsidy we get from, you know, taxpayer payment. So if you're wealthy enough, then you will pay tax a lot. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, additional effect of the subsidized, the case of increasing costs. Medicaid or BPJS in Indonesia not only cost taxpayer money to pay for the program, it's also increased demand. They pay for medical services by the increasing demand of the services. So this is the problem of this. Why this is moving? So this is the problem with subsidized. The subsidized is also increase the price of the medical itself because there's a lot of demand for it. Remember that when the demand is shifting, when the demand is increased, then it also bring the price up. So that's the problem. If there's a lot of people who use the medical visit or medical aid or the BPJS, that it will bring the price of the cost for the medic will be increased, and that will affect it to the taxpayer who pay for the subsidized. So they also will affect with the increasing price of that. Okay, this is the impact of this. Before I start to this, I'm going to, run the. I'm going to run the. Oh, I haven't made this. I'm going to run the attendance list, yeah. Hold on. Okay, Adam Raihan. Adam Raihan.
Present, sir.
Present. So let me make the.
Present, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay. Adelia.
Present, sir.
Okay. Alan Budi Limantara.
Present, sir.
Arya Putra. Arya Putra. Arya Putra. Arya Putra. Okay, you're probably sleeping. Brahmantio Pangestu.
Present, sir.
Karen Michelle. Karen. Karen. Are you here? Or are you not here? Karen, are you not here? Karen Michelle. Karen Michelle. Christian.
Present, sir.
Kofi Manuel.
Was popping, sir.
Deli Ika,
Present, sir.
Faris Sukmana,
Present, sir.
Ferdian,
Present, sir.
Friska,
Present, sir. Present,
Geraldi
sir.
Abi, ya, Geraldi, ya, you here. Igusti Ayu Komang,
Present, sir.
Jessica Dominica,
Present, sir.
Johannes Antonio,
Sir.
okay, Kenny
Sir.
Kusuma,
Oh,
Huh?
no, sir. I'm not Marcel, sir. Marcel is
Sorry.
cut. He said his connection is bad.
Connection bad,
Yes, he said that to me, sir.
permit ya.
Ini Kusuma present, sir.
Oke. Johannes Antonio. Bad connection. Okay, Kenny here. Karisma Kurnia. Karisma.
Present, sir. Present.
Okay. Kim In Ho.
Present, sir.
Lambang Dewi.
Present, sir.
Lorenzo.
Present, sir.
Okay. Martin Ho.
Present, sir.
Okay. Martin Ho. Made. Made Ramadita Wira.
Present, sir.
Made Tamarin Wiyanti.
Present, sir.
Mario Saputra.
Present, sir.
Maitri Yuni Ekaristi.
Present, sir.
Michael John.
Present, sir.
Naufal Jahzi.
Present, sir.
Natasha Anggraini.
Present, sir.
Nguyen Hotau.
Present, sir.
Putu Gilang Wardana.
Present, sir.
Rahmatul Wahyuni.
Present.
Radzali Dewantara.
Present, sir.
Rizka Fitri.
Present, sir.
Ricky Maulana.
Present, sir.
Sun Zhang Han.
Present, sir.
Safira Sesa.
Present, sir.
San Luis.
Present, sir.
Setia Abadi.
Present, sir.
Stephen Hermata.
Present, sir.
Sarah Sivita. Sarah Sivita. Sarah Sivita. What's happening? Sarah Sivita. Sleeping ya.
Sorry, sir.
Sarah
Arya
Sivita.
already or not, sir?
Hmm?
Arya, sir.
Arya, yeah, already.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir.
Sarah Sivita. Where is Sarah? Sleeping ya. Sarah Sivita. Sleep Sarah Sivita. Yes, not here. Sarah Sivita. Sarah Faradila.
Present, sir.
Venita Salsabila. Oh, permit ya. Winda Maritasari.
Present, sir.
Siming Iva.
Present, sir.
Zaki Febriansa.
Present, sir.
Angeline.
Present, sir.
Tiara Widi Suci.
Present, sir.
Wiga Putri. Wiga Putri. Wiga Putri. Where's Wiga? No, Wiga is not coming. Okay, Wiga not coming. Wiga Putri. Zailani. Okay. Okay, hold on ya. Wait. Present. Hold on ya. I need to go to the restaurant.
Okay, sir.
Okay, next, the impact of the Medicaid program on the price case of increasing costs. This is the impact. Let me see the explanation. Okay, this is the inflation. Okay, the market demand for here, this is the demand. Okay, the demand, this is the supply. Okay, this is the demand. This is the supply. Remember that the demand is the marginal social benefit and the supply is the marginal social cost. Okay, the demand curve is the lateral summation of the demand curve for a medical service for low-income people. Okay, DL for the low-income people. Okay, this is the case for the low-income people. DL, demand for low-income people, and everyone else is DO. Demand for everyone else is DO. So in here, in the case of the BPJS, or in the case of the Medicare, there's a demand for low income who doesn't pay for the monthly payment, and also an income for other people who paid for the monthly payment here. This is DO. So the budget line or the demand is actually slightly higher than here. Okay. If the market price is 100, this is if the market price is 35, is 25. Let me change this to be 100. Let's see. How can I move this? Still become 140. Oops, sorry. How to move this? Okay. If the market price is $100 per office visit, corresponding to the point at which, okay, DM, okay, is intersect with this one, supply curve. Okay, at this E1, okay, at that price, low income people consume this. At this price, the low income consume this, okay, because this is the budget line or the demand for the low income. They consume key L here, which is way too low if we compare with key I, if this is for here. Okay, at that price, low income people consume key L visit per year, and other consume key 0. Other consume will be key 0. Okay, this one, this, because this is supposed to be in here. They will consume here. And the total will be key 1. And the total will be key 1. What is key 1? Key 1. Here the total. Key I. It change to be key 1. Here. Key O. Hold on. Let's move key L. This is key 0. Key O. Key 2. E1, E2. Okay. And the total will be key 1. The total of key L plus key 0, this with this will be here. Okay, key 1. The medical program reduced the price on office to 0 for low income people only. Okay, only for the low income people only, to reduce to 0 here. Okay. As a result, the quantity demand increased to here. They increase to here. Kige. Okay. In here. Because they will, you know, it's supposed to be touched with this. It's probably here. Yeah. Yeah. It's moving. Yeah. They move to here because this is the highest possible for the low income to get the quantity of the medical visit. This is the lowest one, which is the 0. So the line will be from 0 to Q key. So that's why when the price is free, which means there's a decreasing from 100 to become 0, they start to increase the demand. Remember that when the price is decreased, the demand must be increased. So they increase the demand from QL to QG here. Okay. The total car market demand will be sum of the quantity demand by all of the others will be given Kige. Price and Kige, where Kige independent price, so P0. So the new market demand curve will be this one. The new market demand curve will be this. Okay. Because this is the sum of this Q and this for the, sorry, Q0 for this, for here. See. So the interest of the market supply cost will be E2. Okay. So because of this is free. Okay, this is and because of this is because the demand is increasing, or because the demand is, you know, shifting from here to here. Okay, see this, from demand shifting from this to here. So it will bring the price up. So we assume the price will be increased by 140 here because the demand is shifting here. So that's why, so the key 2 here is actually key 1, where's key 1? This one add with key G. This, okay, sorry. Key 0 here, add with key Q, which should be key 2. So the difference of this is the same, like different. We assume, okay. So the slide is not quite, you know, the same. It's supposed to be the number. It's reflected to this. Okay. So basically, this after the price is decreasing to become 100 here, then it was shifting to here. So there is a shifting in equilibrium from E1 to E2 because of this. The supply is actually stay the same. Remember that the higher the price, there will be increasing in the supply. So supply is equal to the marginal social cost. Any question for this slide? The impact of the nickel program on the price because of the increasing cost. Because they give you, so this is the effect of this. The effect of 100% full subsidized on the medical service, like the BPJS, if you choose to be the class of number 3, you don't have to pay. Then this is the effect to the taxpayer. So previously the price will be 100 because the demand is increased from here, from QL to QQ, QG for the demand for the lower income. Then it's actually there, both of them, which we combine between this and here. Previously it's supposed to be in this demand. And then after the price is decreasing, or after they receive the subsidized, when you add this with this, it will be this demand shifting. Any question for this?
No, sir.
Hmm? Clear?
No, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So I hope if I ask you how to explain this during the test, you can explain this, why this is moving and how to move to this. But if you don't understand now, please ask now, so it will be easier for you to, you know, to explain this. What is time? 9:40. Okay. This is an example of subsidizing house. This is in the case of in the United States, but in Indonesia, we actually have the subsidized housing for the KPR. Okay. If you want to buy mortgage, then you will get subsidized for interest rate. In Indonesia, we do have a subsidized housing for the owner, but it's in here. This is in the case of the United States. This is why they do that. They have is actually they give subsidy to the apartment. Well, actually, in the United States, if you are a wealthy people, you're not actually living in the apartment. I'm not talking about the apartment in the downtown, but talking in the rural area. But if you do have money, then you actually prefer to buy a house, because in the United States, house is like an American dream. So that's why they don't give you a subsidized to buy a house, but they do give you subsidized to rent an apartment. If you don't have money, in United States, you consider to be rental in apartment. But in Indonesia, it's actually just recently, some of the apartment will be considered as a subsidized. But apartment in Indonesia is still considered as for the wealthy people instead of for the poor people. But the poor people, they give subsidized for the housing subsidized, but it will located far away from from the city. Could be in the Parung, it could be in others area, probably some of the Cikarang and above to the Karawang. I don't know. It's probably there. So in United States, the subsidy allocated standard apartment to an eligible recipient. I think in Indonesia it's also for the standard housing. Probably the type of the house in Indonesia will be like 36 meter long. Cannot be supplemented with other subsidized. Okay, and the housing, we don't have a housing voucher in here. It's like supplementary subsidy orders to rent housing by this. Okay, but we do have a cash allowance. This subsidy is not registered to spending of the housing. Okay, this is eligibility for the public housing. So this is the same. It's actually like the previous line for the for an example. I think not the full subsidy. This is the same like the one I explained, like this one. Okay, price distorting subsidy is the same, but only this time they put number in here. Okay, so this reflection of the same. So you have in-kind and cash program in here. If let's say before the subsidies, this is actually your budget line. This is your budget line after the subsidies. And this one, your utility, okay, in the difference curve, this is your utility, this is your utility. In here, your utility for the in-kind program, okay? Okay, if the in-kind program at the subsidy, what is the subsidizing? Oh, this is the subsidy. The amount of subsidy 210 in this case, and the amount that you pay is only $90. Okay, and the price, how much the price of this? 300. Okay, in this case, if the expenditure on the good is $400 in here, this is what is your bedroom that you have for your, let's say, apartment for your rental. Okay, and this is the equilibrium. Okay, between E1 and J, it's located on the same indifference curve. You see from here. So the government of United States, they do have the program of subsidies, but only for those for the maximum of 3 housing number of rented. Okay, the number of rooms is only 3 instead of 4. If you pick 4, then you don't get the subsidized. But if you pick 3 bedroom, then you will get subsidized. So if you from 4 bedroom and you are willing to move to 3 bedroom, okay, and then you will get subsidized in here. So instead of having this amount, so because of this is your equilibrium, okay, because this is your budget line. Your budget line is shifting to the right. So if this is for a 3 bedroom, but this is your budget line, so this is your indifference case. Okay, this is your equilibrium. And this one, your expenditure on others good, okay, that you need to spend instead. So the difference of this. But if you get the cash program instead of in-kind program, so let's say the government gave you only money, then you actually shifting from this equilibrium, okay, from this equilibrium to this equilibrium, the one that, this one, E3, E2, this is cash program. So basically this is the same like the previous one, like this one, only this time is, okay, same like this, housing. Okay, this is, if you refuse to move from 4 bedroom to 3 bedroom, well actually your indifference curves like, the shape your indicators is going to be like this. So this is the impact of the in-kind transfer. In the case of, this is in the case of, let's say food. In the case of food per month. Well, in the United States, you do have what they call it the food stamp, but in here, we don't have a food stamp. We do have like the KJP, something like that. Okay, and here, let's see from the explanation of this. Okay, in this impact, what's the impact here? Let's say your monthly current income is this one, 0 to I, okay, for this, the monthly current income. And your equilibrium is actually this one, okay? And this is when you have to spend for expenditures on good, and this is your expenditure for food in this equilibrium, okay? Your purchase is key F1, this is the key F1, okay? And this is M1, this is your equilibrium. Okay, if suppose now you were eligible for, you know, in kind for the Raskin, let's say for food, and this is the amount of your subsidized KF. So your budget line is actually shifting to the right. But this is your budget line. See this until here. That's because it's actually given only for the in-kind. But instead, if they given you a cash program, your budget line is actually this one, from B to A1. But if it's in kind, this is your budget line. What do you call this? E2 and A1. Okay. So this is between the in-kind and also the cash program, and also the same like this, food per month. Okay, this is the impact of the government assistance program on work. The transfer could cause people to work more or less depending on whether leisure is a normal good. Remember, the normal good, when your income is increased, then you tend to buy higher on the normal good. The demand will be increased. Okay, this is the food subsidized. Several nations use a price reducing subsidies to make food more affordable. Okay, I think that's include Indonesia as well. Program that reduce the price to food benefit higher income people as well. Some nations only subsidize food that is typically consumed by the poor. Probably in Indonesia we do have the only nine. That's we call it as sembako. 9 kebutuhan pokok. Yeah, it's only 9 food in Indonesia. It will be subsidized. Same nation distribute food directly. So it's different nation to use for the subsidized. So this is the income effect on the transfer of payment of subsidized. Okay, this is income per day and leisure. Okay, so we actually, when we are talking about the effect on the transfer, we are talking about income per day and also the leisure per day. If you sacrifice your income, then you will increase your leisure day, right? Let's say you can just relax, sit back, or probably you can go outside. So in this income effect of the transfer, if you see here, before the transfer, which is this one, before the transfer, this is actually the curve is from A to 24 hours. 24 hours is the day, is the hours within one day. If you pick 24 hours not working or just sleeping, go around, then this is what you're gonna get. You're gonna get leisure for 1 hour, and this is your income. You don't have any income, it's actually. That's before your get the transfer. So before you get the transfer, your equilibrium is actually in here at E1. This is your utility, okay? Your indifference curve. This is your budget line. So you have this, in this equilibrium, you choose to, work this hour, L1 hour. Let's say L1 will be 8 hours, okay? Let's say it's supposed to be 8 hours. And also, this is your income per day. You are preferred, to work how many hours, okay? No, let's say you prefer to work 8 hours. So from that 8 hours, and how much your leisure time? 24 minus 8. What is 24 minus 8? 24 minus 8 is 16. That's supposed to be 16 hours, probably. Yeah. That's before you get the transfer. But after you get the transfer of payment here, then your demand curve is actually shifting to the right, which is your demand is actually higher because you get the transfer from the government. Okay. Because you get the transfer here, then this is actually, you increase the amount of leisure here from L1 to L2. Let's say if this is 16 hours, then you increase to become 18 hours. Okay. And this amount of your hours for the income per day usually is decreasing in here because you're increasing in here. So this is the amount of transfer payment. So basically, the transfer payment will increase the amount of leisure, okay, for the people because they think they get free money from the government. And also in here, this is if you get a full payment of transfer and you don't go to work. So you have 24-hour leisure per day, but you still have money here, and you even have an income of higher compared to this. That's only an illustration how the transfer of payment will decrease the amount of, the transfer of payment will increase the amount of leisure hours per day. But this one is not actually, no, this is not the working hour. This is actually your income. So your income compared to leisure hours per day. As you get the higher transfer payment here, your income is increased, but your leisure hours per day is also increasing here. So this is the income effect on the transfer of payment, which is actually not good actually for the people, you know, usually lazy for that. Any question? Okay, let me continue to this. What this one? This is still the same leisure income. This one is. Okay, let's skip this one. Let's move to the negative income tax. Okay. A negative income tax is the system where there is no status test, but there's an income guarantee and tax rate. So actually the negative income tax, that's for those of you who will not pay the tax. Instead, you will receive a transfer of payment. That's called a negative income tax. So annual transfer of payment or subsidized, okay? Negative income tax is the same like the transfer of payment or the subsidized, okay? So this is the equation. Tax is equal to IG minus TN multiplied by EIE. So where the IG is the income guarantee, okay? The income guarantee. And then TN is take-back rate. And EI is earned income, T is transfer from for the government, and also this is the income guarantee. Okay. This is the break-even income. In the break-even income, we assume that your transfer is equal to 0. You don't have any transfer in here, so this is how to calculate break-even income. And this is how to explain negative income. Okay, this number is actually from here, from this equation, okay? This is called earned income, EI, earned income, this one. And this one is transfer. Transfer is equal IG minus TN earned EI, okay? If your earned income is 0, then you will get transfer of 5,000 in here. Then your income or disposable income is 5,000. Remember that disposable income is an income that is ready for you to spend and to save. That's disposable income. So in this case of the subsidized here, if you see in here, you will get the subsidized only if your income is less than 10,000 here. Okay, and the amount of subsidized is based on the rate in here. Okay. And it based on this one. What is this 10,000? Based on this. Okay, and the rate in here is 50%. Okay, negative income tax, the rate of 50% in here. So if your income 1,000, then your, guarantee income 5,000 is considered as the income guarantee. Okay, this is the 5,000. This is the income guarantee. So the government will guarantee you to give you 5,000 in here. So if your income is lower than 5,000, so your disposable income will be like this. 5,000 minus this calculation will be 4,500. So your income will be this one, 5,500. Okay. If you see the calculation in here, so the higher your income, the lower your transfer here. Okay. If your income 1,000, then the government will transfer you this amount. So this is your total disposable income. If your income 5,000, then this is the transfer for you. Okay. But once your income reach 10,000, you don't have any transfer. So your disposable income is actually the same in here. So this is the calculation, how to calculate the negative income tax. The question for this number? This calculation is actually based on this equation. And this is the explanation. Any question for this?
Clear, sir.
Okay, good. This is the type of subsidies that is applied by the government actually, and also the subsidy will be applied to the wage rate subsidized, which is subsidized to the government addition to it sent to increase the pay in the working poor. I don't think we do have something like this in Indonesia. This is probably only applied in the United States. Probably, I don't know. For example, that if your wages is $2, then you subsidize per hour. In the United States, labor will be paid by hour. In Indonesia, we don't have paid by hour because paying by hours is way too expensive. Okay, I think this is better to pay you like this one in Indonesia. So in the case of this hourly pay rate, so the minimum or the maximum will be 5 hours by $5 in here. If you already get paid $5, then you don't have any subsidies in here. I think this is the minimum pay rate in the case of $5. Below this, then you will get subsidized in here. Okay, let's move to Indonesian case. Okay. So this is based on this state budget in Indonesia. I probably will explain just some part of the state budget in here. I'll plan to explain all of the state budget to you after the midterm. I forgot in which week, but I'll explain this. All of the state budget. Actually, this is just a summary, not all of them, because all of them is too many for explanation. This is an example of energy subsidized in Indonesia. Okay. The purpose of this energy subsidies is to create a stability price and also for the, to make the stability of the price, to create the stability price instead of increasing and decreasing very high, which is not good for the energy subsidies. The subsidies to be created for the stability of the price. So this is the assumption that that affected the calculation of the subsidies, which is the first one is the exchange rate. Okay, exchange rate. Because the exchange rate, why the exchange rate? Because we still imported oil from other country. We cannot because our supply is actually not, some of the supply is not really equal demand in Indonesia. So that's why the government of Indonesia have to import it oil from other country. Importing oil from other country has to do with the exchange rate. If this exchange rate is increasing, then the price of the oil must be increased. So that's the problem with the exchange rate. And also the price of the oil. Okay, world oil price how much? That's based on the US dollar per barrel. And also the price of the coal. Okay, this based on this US dollar per ton. So this is the price in US dollar usually. The gasoline subsidies is managed by decreasing the amount of subsidies to it's actually, this is Indonesia for the solar, okay, premium and solar. It's supposed to be 1,000 per liter. They try to decrease the amount of subsidies. In this case, for the solar, it's only maximum 1,000 per liter. So this is the subsidized. This is the growth of the subsidized here. Okay, this is the amount. I think this is in by the trillion rupiah. Okay, in 2018, it's supposed to be higher here, and then down here, and start to decrease again. Because I think the price of oil is increasingly higher in 2018, and then when the price drop here, and the subsidies is also dropping, to be able to maintain a certain amount of price in the market. So this is the policy of the government for the 2020. They give subsidized fixed for 1,000 for the solar. What is solar in English? Solar, yeah? I don't think so. Let me check. What is solar in English? Okay, solar. Diesel fuel.
Diesel.
Yeah, diesel, sorry, but diesel fuel. So the subsidized for the diesel fuel is only 1,000. And oh, they still have kerosene here. I don't know this. Okay. Okay, this is the policy to increase the government, controlling and the consumption of the diesel oil, I think. So this is in the case of Indonesia. Any question for this? For the subsidized energy. So subsidized Indonesia is also divided into subsidized for the energy and non-energy. And also we do have a cash program and we do have an in-kind program. So the energy would be like in-kind. Yeah, it's supposed to be an in-kind program because there is no such thing as money associated with this. Any question for this? In the case of Indonesia? Okay, just let me know if you do have a question. This is the an example of energy subsidized. You know, the LPG, the one that has the melon, the melon looks, and the color is also green. This is for the LPG, liquid petroleum gas, for 3 kilograms. Okay, this is the amount of the subsidized, and this is the growth. It starts to decrease this actually. Okay, and this is the subsidized for electricity. It given to the certain people who have 450 VH and 900 VH. If you have the VH above this, then you will not get the subsidized. Let's say if you have like above this, like let's say 1,300 or 5,000 VH, then you will not get subsidized. It's only a certain people who don't have the air conditioner in their house, because imagine that how can you turn on the air condition if you only have 450 VA in your house, and also 900 VA. It's almost impossible. Okay, the electricity subsidies will be given to the, I think this is for the poor people, and the subsidies will be for this, and this is to increase the ratio of electrification, and also to decrease the disparity between province. If you go at a certain area of Indonesia, they don't have an electricity actually. So the electricity ratio will be, the government of Indonesia is trying to get 100% of electricity in Indonesia, electrification ratio. So it will give all the people who live in Indonesia the electricity. Because sometimes in the certain area of Indonesia, it's probably in the Kalimantan, probably in Borneo or Sulawesi. At a certain amount of time, or probably in Papua, you know, the electricity is like kind of up and down. You will not get full electricity for the whole day. Different in Jakarta, because the Jakarta is the capital city, is supposed to be electricity. So this is to be subsidized from the government of Indonesia for the, I think this is the state budget of 2020. This is the non-energy subsidized, okay? In order for the stability of the price, okay? And also for, you know, how to say this in English? Stability of the price, and also this is for the supervision. This is subsidized for fertilizer, okay? Fertilizer for the farmer. We do have this subsidized for fertilizer in 2015 up until now. This is the growth, okay? And this is demand in, wow, trillion rupiah. It's a lot of money in here. This is the policy, the validate based on the electronic definite, can you read this? Okay, the example of this subsidized, this is non-energy subsidized. If these ones will include fertilizer, and this one will be subsidized for interest rate. Usually this is for small medium enterprise. If you get KUR, kredit usaha rakyat, so usually kredit usaha rakyat was credit that for the capital, not for the consumption, not for consumption. So actually this is for the capital, for the working capital for the small medium enterprise. The purpose is to, you know, to make the small medium enterprise to grow, and also to support the economic growth in Indonesia. So that's the purpose. What was the time now? Okay. So this is the subsidized. They do have this. This is the amount. Okay. This is the amount, and this is the interest rate. 12.96. They now have 6% interest rate. Okay. And this is who you can go to the 36 bank and 5 non-bank. This is usually finance company, and 3 corporation. We do have a corporation in Indonesia. Okay, it was in 2020, 100%. Okay. This is subsidized for PSO. PSO stands for the Public Service Obligation. Some of the state-owned company like PT KAI, you know, the train, the electricity train. The electricity train is actually, they do have a subsidy here. So that's why the price of the electricity train is cheaper now, and also the company has what is called the PSO, public service obligation. Instead of having the maximum amount of profit, they also have the public service obligation in Indonesia. This is the company, the PT KAI, PT Pelni, LKBN, Antara. Okay, this is the public service obligation, and this is the policy to increase the public service in transportation for the sea transportation only for the economic class. So PT Pelni will get 2 trillion rupiah, and also to increase service in transportation, public transportation for commuter line. Okay, this is the amount. Yeah, this is the electricity train. We call it as commuter line, KRL. We do have it in Cikarang. I used to use that from Cikarang to my house. Okay, penyediaan. This is information, public information for the society, especially if you live in the rural area, and there's a lot of conflict there. So this is the amount of the subsidies. So I'll take this is actually from the state budget, the real state budget for 2020, which is now. Okay, this is the last one. Subsidies are aimed to increase the effectiveness and efficiency through effort in improving target accuracy. This is the subsidized expense between energy and non-energy. Okay, this is the amount of trillion rupiah. Okay, this is by percentage. What is the... Well, actually in 2020, they're actually decreasing the amount of this subsidized from 212 to 187 trillion. The policy is validation of recipient data and the need of subsidized fertilizer recipient, expanding the use of kartu tani, this is for fertilizer, and redemption of subsidized fertilizer, increasing public service intra-processor, public information sector. So this is energy subsidized. The amount for 2020 is 125 trillion, and outlook in 20. This is the data before 2020. The outlook is actually, the data is actually taken before December 2019. Okay, so that's why there's an outlook for the end of the year 2019 here. So this is the policy. The policy is to continue to provide fixed subsidies for diesel with the subsidy amounting for 1,000 rupiah per liter. So if you have a car with the diesel oil, then when you fix, you can actually, in the gasoline station, you can actually pick two for the diesel oil. The one with the subsidized and the one without no subsidized. With no subsidized, I think the price is exceeding 10,000, yeah. But if with subsidized, is probably below 6,000. And also subsidized for the difference in price for kerosene and LPG. Okay, the melon, the green one, the electricity subsidized given a certain tariff group. Okay, electricity subsidy provided on the targeted basis for household customer with 450 VH and 900. If you above this, then you will not get any subsidies. Increase the electrification ratio and reduce disparity between regions. This is electrification. Okay. Okay, this is the data is actually from Ministry of Finance. Any question for this? Let me take a picture. This is not. Oh Lord. two. Okay, any question?
No, sir.
I think no, sir.
Okay, good. Next week quiz, yeah.
Quiz, sir?
Yeah, next week. Next week quiz.
So do we still have class or the class will be replaced by the quiz?
I haven't decided yet. The quiz is supposed to be simple quiz because it's supposed to be like 1 hour and 1 hour and a half. Let me think about it. If it's possible to dismiss the class, then I will let you know to the group. Okay. If it's not,
Okay.
then I'll probably will explain just a little bit regarding the topic here.
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, sir.
I actually haven't created the quiz yet, but I plan to have a quiz probably from chapter 1 until chapter 3. So I'll let you know this.
About the platform, how we access the quiz.
Yes, probably I have to find out how to make quiz in the from the e-learning. It's kind of hard for me to understand it. If it's not, that's probably take the other form. It's supposed to be easy, probably, and it's supposed to be like a multiple choice. If it's from the e-campus, I'll try to understand the e-campus first, and I'll let you know about it. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I'll see you next week.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
See you next week, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Skip.